Listen, it may be hot outside, but you still got yard work to do. There's no getting around it. Stop into Cato's Power Equipment for the latest in how to not only get it done, but to get it done efficiently, quickly, nicely, and then get you out of the heat. Cato's, 4012 West Beltline Boulevard. Stop in and see, feel, touch, hold all of the power equipment they have. Need a new push mower, self-propelled, riding, stand-on? They've got them all, and you can test them out. Blowers, trimmers, edgers, chainsaws, whatever you need. Pruners, they got them. Pick it up, feel it, see what it's like, see which one you need. And a lot of battery-powered equipment now, too, that runs just like gas-powered motors, but is a lot easier to handle and has a lot less downtime. Whether you do it for yourself, whether you do it for a living, see the great pros at Cato's. Ben, Matt, the entire crew will take good care of you like they've been doing for more than 40 years. A family-owned business. Again, 4012 West Beltline Boulevard, and always online at catospowerequipment.com.
Can't wait to get going. I know you'll ask about injuries. Really nothing new from last week. You'll ask about Peak and Dylan Stewart. Same as what I told you last week. They're progressing nicely. They both got really good checkups, or they had doctor's appointments this week, and everything was positive. They're trending in the right direction and eager to get back out there and get on the field, and know they will be here really, really soon.
Shane Beamer yesterday at Birdies with Beamer on really the two big offseason injury storylines, and two that have, I mean, if anybody else is banged up, you hardly even know about it because Jacarius Peak and Dylan Stewart are such big parts. Of course, with Dylan, you know what he's about as a Gamecock. Pete coming down as perhaps the most coveted offensive lineman in the transfer portal out of NC State. So we still got, what are we, 30, today's 36 days to kick off. So 5 weeks and a day, Terry Ford. It's pretty close. I mean, it's August tomorrow.
I know. How about that?
Yeah, that's not July 32nd tomorrow.
No.
So here we go. If you would, sir, cut 6 from Shane Beaver. Then we'll get into a few things, and then we'll give our thoughts. But here is Shane from yesterday being asked and then answering, what do you need to learn still about your new offense?
I think certainly have a really good idea about where we are. I think part of that, John, is some of the restrictions that have been loosened over the years by the NCAA to allow us as coaches to do more with the players in the summertime and in the winter, where when Coach Brawls and the staff got in here in January and we came back for the spring semester, we were able to get out there and immediately start doing football stuff with them from an offensive standpoint. And then you have 15 spring practices where you really get a feel for, kind of where we are and what we're good at, where we maybe aren't as good at. And then the summertime is huge too. I mean, we've gotten a lot of work done this summer on the field with the players, Kendall and the offensive staff, Clayton with the defensive staff, Matthew and the special team staff. And that's really been beneficial, just the hands-on work with those guys. But still, you go into preseason and you've got whatever it is, 4 weeks before you play a game. There's going to be a lot that we still have to find out. We've got some new faces, like I said, that weren't here during spring practice that bring a skill set and an ability to that I think will be able to help us this year. And then we need to figure out, where we really are going to hang our hat and go play ball.
Yeah, we had a great conversation with Kendall Bryles yesterday. Terry and I did, and it was a lot of fun to get into his mind. Terry did his best to have him pour out secrets.
Man. I tried.
And I did about a third of the way through. I saw Kendall just looking at you going, all right, I'm going to let him finish.
He ain't getting this answer.
I'm going to let him finish.
It was great. He just smiled and laughed and goes, I can't tell you that.
Yeah. But yeah, Terry asked him, like, what's that, like, that moment,
what was that
play?
one,
yeah,
the
that
best one,
yeah.
where you ever, like, you beat a defensive coordinator? What game was it where you won that chess match and you okey-doke? Somebody's like, I can't tell you that.
Well, because then everybody's going back and finding that game and like, well, we can't let them do that. What does that formation
and that
look like?
defensive coordinator will be texting him, hey, dude, really? Yeah, I tried.
But we'll get into that in a little bit. I'm 2 years ago, Dowell had a lot of the principles that Kendall used at Arkansas, because Dowell admitted to us, even going back before that season, how much he had learned in the NFL about game planning and preparation and working with quarterbacks, but then having a real desire as a coach to apply what he had learned to college. Dowell wanted to make, and I'm oversimplifying it here to make my point, Dowell wanted to make a career change into college football, and we've seen that now. Dowell's now a head coach at a good football school. I mean, that's what Dowell wanted to do. He wanted to take those years of NFL experience, learn from experts, and then apply it, and mix it with what he had learned. And I think, Terry, you've said it a bunch. One of the things that's held Shane back in 5 years is that in 3 of them, he didn't have a good offensive coordinator.
Right.
But in 2 of them, he did. But in one of those years, so now you've got Kendall. This is what Kendall Bryles does. Kendall Bryles runs college football offenses. Mm-hmm. Now, one day Kendall will have his own team. I don't have any, if he wants it.
Right.
If he wants it. But for now, this is what Kendall Bryles does. And, he learned all these things working under his father for a long time. He's applied them at the highest levels for many, many years. And he brings that now. Wes Mitchell and I were talking about it this morning, and I don't mind sharing with you. And I, in my opinion, I told Wes, I think this is the greatest offensive mind to work at South Carolina since Steve Spurrier. And, Steve had a great offense with G.A. and Sean as his kind of co-coordinators, G.A. Mangus and Sean Elliott. And, of course, Sean's back here still applying the things that he knows. But I don't think any of you will argue how effective that offense was. But that was, Steve's
And just a different level.
And I'm going to use the word, and I mean it. It's Steve's genius that was that's the guiding principle, and GA was the conduit to the quarterbacks, right? Sean toughened him up and had his run game principles, and they merged them together because it wasn't going to be as fun and gun as Florida
fun
was.
And gun, and that's the genius of Spurrier. He realized he couldn't. That offense had to go away. He wasn't doing the fun and gun. Didn't have the personnel for it. Whatever the case, and switched up his offense. And Spurrier, to me, the real high levelness of Spurrier as a play caller. Great play caller. We talked about this with Kendall Browse yesterday. Just that instinctiveness, that intuitiveness.
Yeah, the feel for what's happening in the game.
It's sort of like, and I've always compared it to the old school, not today's manager in baseball, but the old school baseball manager who knew how to handle a pitching staff. He just felt it was time to go get a guy, or he'd walk out to the mound, talk to the pitcher. Hey, and get some intel, and then go, you know what, I'm leaving you in.
Yeah.
Just that feel of how to run a bullpen, how to run a pitching staff. And some guys had it, some guys didn't, right? I feel like that with play callers. Some guys just have that feel for it, and some guys are Marcus Satterfield. Did I say that? But just some guys have an intuitive feel of the moment, running stuff. They'll run a play in the first quarter to set up a play in the third quarter. Yeah. They're just playing chess while you're playing jacks.
That's how I talk. When I talk with Eric Henry, it's that same thing. Like we'll do some things somewhere along the way to either build later or even throw them off later. Whatever it is. And
I love what Browse said about he has a small script. Some guys are bigger,
right.
10, 15, 20, whatever. His is what he said, 6.
Yeah, he said.
Because I'm running 6 specific plays for a reason. I want to see, I'm going to run some formations, I'm going to run some motions, I'm going to do this or that. I want to see how the defense reacts to it. I want to take a certain matchup I think I like. I want to run a play at that matchup to see if it's going to work the way I hope it's going to work. This or that. And just hearing him discuss it that way, and you're like, nice. I mean, I'm like, dude, is this September?
Yeah. I know. That's right. I'm with you.
Because he's so, and you're right. And I agree with you 100%. Since Steve Spurrier was here, if you look at the list of offensive coordinators, no offense to anybody else.
No. There's no
But this
doubting.
guy has got the best resume and the best production.
Absolutely.
In Kendall Browse.
100%.
And, for a guy that doesn't we love Dow because Dow would tell us stories all day. Yeah. Dow was great. Kendall Browse isn't that guy about, Mr. Media. But like yesterday, some guys don't do it because they don't want to or they're not comfortable. Kendall was great.
Yeah.
I want to say to him, why don't you do this more, man?
Yeah.
This is fantastic.
No, it was good. It was good. That's the first time we've had him in an extended format like that, and it was. I thought it was very enjoyable. And we'll let you hear some of what Kendall had to say in just a little bit. One more, real quick. Do we have time? I tell you what, I got one more I want to get to, but yeah, let's do it on the other side. One more from Shane on the offensive line, because let's face it, all of this is going to be predicated on how that unit improves during the course of the year. So we'll do that for you. But lots more as we reflect on birdies with Beamer yesterday, with the comments from Shane, from Kendall Briles, Clayton White, and others. You're listening to the Friday postgame show.
Okay, so you're a guy, you're getting older, all of a sudden, some things just are changing on you. And you're kind of like, whoa, what the bleep is this? Maybe it's the fact you just can't remember things like you used to. You used to have the mind like a steel trap I've got. And maybe your trap's rusty. And it's not so steely anymore. And all of a sudden you're writing notes to yourself, and then you forget to where you put the notes. Maybe you're, having to use your reminders until you get carpal tunnel by typing it all into your phone. You just don't remember things like you used to. Maybe you remember something you should have got at the store right after you got out of the store, and you're walking to your car. call the Men's Clinic. Set up a free consultation with Dr. Dan and the staff. 803-875-MENS. Tell them your story. They'll do a testosterone test on you and get you back to feeling like you again, the Men's Clinic.
.33 on a Friday. Welcome back in. Jay and Terry, postgame show rolling on. Michael Haney joining us in about an hour's time. Lots of sound to get to from Gamecock football coaches who we spoke with yesterday. And the latest, again, there is a little new information around the fate of the Protect College Sports Act. Terry, I don't have the sound up, but I do have the picture on. And Kendrick Perkins right now is being asked to give his 5 best teams in the Eastern Conference going into the new season, which is still months away.
Mm-hmm.
And he must have misunderstood the question because at number 5, he has the Washington Wizards. And at number 3, he has the Atlanta Hawks. I'm like, bro, the 5 best.
Yeah, it's best, but best.
Not worst.
You know, Kendrick Perkins.
The Hawks are not the 3rd best team in the Eastern Conference.
Did they get better last year when they got rid of Trae Young? Yeah. But when I put them as a 3rd, but no. And like the Wizards, I get it. You're thinking, you get Anthony Davis on the court.
And he doesn't have the Celtics
Trae Young
in here,
on the court.
He's got 5 Wizards, 4 Heat, 3 Hawks. He's revealing 2 now. I'm assuming that one of them is going to be
One will be
Philadelphia,
Philly.
and one's going to be the
Knicks.
Mm-hmm. So
yeah, that is what Kendrick Perkins.
he's got the Knicks at 2, so
and
he's going to have the
Philly
Sixers at 1.
Right, exactly.
All right, there you go.
You know what? That means those 5 teams are screwed if Perk picked them.
He played for OKC mostly, right?
Yep. I think he played on that OKC team that got to the finals and got beat by the Heat.
Okay.
I do believe.
Anyway, we're talking Gamecock football, so I won't do that. But I was like, wait, they're the
Wizards? Okay. Hey, Perk, can we trick your blood alcohol?
Anthony Edwards is there, right? But he's not. I mean, Anthony Davis. But he's not going to play,
right? And Trae Young's there. And he'll hoist 30 shots a game, and
Trae Young's the new Russell Westbrook.
Yeah,
I don't know. He might have more assists.
Yeah, well, he passes it, but he shoots it way too much, and his shot selection's terrible, and he's allergic to defense. Why do you think Atlanta got better when they traded him?
Yeah.
But
anyway, I get it. It's July, so we don't need to.
Yeah,
I just wanted to laugh about
pretty
that real
interesting.
quick.
I want to hit this real quick with Kendall Browse. The other thing I liked was when we asked him how much tape of Lenora Sellers in 24 and 25 did you watch?
Yeah.
And he said, to be honest, none of it.
Yeah.
I thought that was a great answer.
I was a little surprised by that, if only to just start to learn some, just maybe some of the tendencies, or just to get a feel.
See, I thought, I'll be honest with you, I was surprised he said he watched none. When he explained it, I was like, I dig it. I dig where you're going.
Yeah.
Because I thought to myself, okay, I thought he might say this. We watched the 24 tape because who cares about last year?
Right.
I thought we might get that. I wanted to watch him at his best and see what he can be, or something like that. And because I can see everybody wanting to burn and wash last year. But him saying he didn't watch either one did surprise me. But then when he explained, he said, look, guys, everybody's got a new slate. Everybody starts at 0. All right, let's go do some offense. I went, okay, that's cool. Yeah. But like you said, now you're doing everything from now without any kind of intel that you see on the film.
And I guess that's where he wanted to.
That's where he wanted to be.
He's clean slate.
I thought it was very interesting.
I'll get him into my camp and my system with my verbiage.
How does he play with my system?
And then you and I asked Lenoris a couple weeks ago at Media Day, or last week at Media Days, I guess. What was it like? What's it feel like being back, in a sense, anyways, in this offense? Because that's what Dowell was doing, and he said he picked up on so much of it right away. It was fun again, and that was one of the things that Kendall told us yesterday that we'll hear a little bit later on too. But anyway, back to Coach Beamer. Cut number 7, please, sir. Again, so much of what went wrong last year is because so much went wrong consistently up front on offense last year. Shane,
I'll say
ask how you evaluate that offensive line.
I'll say it again. He was pressured last year, and a lot of that was on him. And a lot of that was on running backs. And a lot of that was on tight ends and receivers and coaches and offensive line. But it's easy to say when the quarterback's under duress that, well, the offensive line stinks. And that's not always accurate. We may have a 5-man protection and they rush 6 people. Well, the quarterback better get rid of the freaking ball. And he's got to be and will be and is coached to do that and whatnot. But I think from our standpoint, there's no question we've got to be better at running the ball and protecting the passer. They go hand in hand. And we haven't done a good enough job, not just last year, but really in the, outside of 24, probably since I've been here, and that's on me. So we've got to be better there. But really love what Randy Clements and Jason Smith are doing on the offensive line and how those guys are being coached. I really like the offensive line group that we have, the returners, the transfers, the freshmen. It's a solid group that have really put in a lot of work and reps this summer. So, for us, it's all, talk until we get out there. But I like where that group is and the edge that they're attacking each day with, and eager to get out there and watch them play when we, start playing games on September 5th.
That first part, by the way, started with, putting some of the responsibility on Lenore Sellers as the quarterback to get rid of the ball quicker, or to at least know what to do to avoid being sacked and pressured. And, look, a lot of that is on Lenoris. Yes, again, that was Lenoris last year. Terry, there was a bunch of things. Wanting to be a better pocket quarterback continuing, if you will, the development process of looking at the next level where that will be expected. And again, the system that he was in, not necessarily being as conducive to Lenoris being Lenoris. And as Shane said, and some of it was, other guys that have to do their job. So much of the evaluation process, especially of running backs, not just the offensive line, tight ends too, obviously. What are you doing without the ball? Because we need you back there. And that was, what sometimes we heard that about some guys. Like, one of the reasons, and I don't want to name names, but one of the reasons you might not see player X as a running back out on the field is because he's not good without the ball.
I can't block. Can't blitz pick up.
Doesn't pick it up.
Right.
And I think sometimes it's as much as, can he block? Well, he can put his 200 and whatever pounds in front of somebody.
Mm-hmm.
So there's, if you will, blocking.
Yeah.
But does he pick it up?
A huge thing. And look, you nailed what I was going to say is, and Shane brought up, he said coaches.
I tried to steal your thunder.
Yeah, and you did, damn you. The system of offense, having Lenoris in the pocket, going through progressions, and Lenoris holding the ball, going through progressions, or Lenoris holding the ball, trying to make something happen, maybe waiting for a wide receiver to get open, whatever the case. Did that contribute to the sack total? Absolutely it did. It wasn't all on the offensive line. If you look at the Pro Football Focus grades, they didn't give all those sacks to the offensive line. And so much of it is A, system of offense, B, backs picking up blitzes, C, receivers getting open. Because sometimes it's a coverage sack because you're holding the ball, and nobody's open, right? And then sometimes it comes to the quarterback. One thing I think with Lenoris, and Kendall will probably be try to work this through him, every play can't be an 80-yard touchdown. Sometimes you got to live to the next play. Okay, this play, it ain't there, man. Whether we couldn't block it, our guys couldn't beat their guys, whatever, it ain't there. You know what? And if you can't take off and make something happen with it, throw it at some receiver's feet and let's start over.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you got to take off and just make something out of nothing and make it 2nd and 12, go do that. But don't just hang there. Try to wait for something. There's got to be a clock in your head to say, okay, time's up. Let's go. But it is. When you get sacked that much, yes, we obviously know the offensive line was bad. But also there's other little things. Can your receivers do a better job of getting open? Yes. Can Lenoris do a better job of getting rid of the ball? Sure. Could the offensive coordinator maybe start looking at his offense? What do we have to tweak that's not working to make it work? 3-step drops. Should we be getting the ball out quicker? Should we be maybe doing something different in our run game or our play calling to make ourselves less predictable? All these other things, Jay, can go into that. But at the end of the day, we all, and we're not letting them off the hook, we look at the offensive line as, wow, that was the biggest problem. And really it was. Yeah, as on the field, but other factors contribute to all those sacks.
Absolutely,
too.
Yeah, lots of contributing factors. Well said. So, but I'm like you, and I think I'm like, everybody listening, and many that currently aren't listening right this second. I'm really, look, I'll be careful in the job that I do to use words that but anxious, excited, curious to see this offense at work at South Carolina.
I am too.
And I will come back and begin to hold on to what I said to earlier and what I said to Wes when we were talking about this morning. I think this is the best offensive mind to be at South Carolina in over a decade, and that last person was Steve Spurrier. And I'm like you. There have been some good people that have been here. Hell, Mike Bobo was a coordinator here for a little bit. Again, I think Dowell did a nice job, and there were guys that at least had good resumes, but maybe didn't fit the pieces in. And last year, look, I know Mike Shula has a good resume. He's been a head coach in the SEC. I mean, the last name alone, just like the Beamer last name, you know what you're doing. But what he was trying to do was run an antiquated offense. And Ryan McGee told the boys that last week too when he was on with them down at Media Days. It's a 20-something, 30-something-year-old offense, and it's really more designed to be run at the next level. But certainly when you don't have the personnel to run it, you need to stop. And that's why Shane, look, again, I don't want to relitigate things, but that's why Shane made the decision that he did. Well, this is simply not
that's
working.
The thing. And maybe it goes back to them. We're not in the meetings. We weren't sitting around when Mike Shula was putting the offense together, but it almost felt like here's a guy who didn't understand the modern offense in college football. and was trying to run antiquated stuff really didn't. Not evolving isn't fair. It's like saying you're not open to evolving. It's like, man, I like my black and white TV and I love my wall phone. Maybe just with Mike Shula, because he had been out of the college game for so long that he comes back and he wants to run this offense, and it just didn't work. It just didn't work. And now I'm excited like you. I want to see.
Yeah, I'm ready to see it. I'm ready to see it. We'll hear more from Kendall Briles next hour and a little bit from Clayton White, too. Terry will open the vault on the other side of the postgame show. 11 minutes in front of 4 o'clock on this Friday. Welcome back in. July 31st already. Man, moving right along, kids. I saw in the local news yesterday that Fairfield County and, forgive me, another local Midlands County started school yesterday.
Oh, really? But they get out when, May?
Yeah.
Or something?
I don't mind that. I mean, I would have minded it had I been a student.
Yeah, I was going to say, man.
But I have read things about that let you know less of a gap between the end of one grade and the beginning of the new grade is better for the kids' minds because they're not spending the first 2 weeks just basically doing what they did the final 2 weeks. So I don't know. I guess
I'm not smart enough to get all this stuff going through my head. Yeah. I'll take your
And then
word
you get
for
like longer breaks at Christmas time and
yeah, I mean,
spring break and
I'd
stuff.
love to see just to take, because again, I don't have kids in school. I don't really pay attention to this anymore. But because again, you know, where I'm from,
you took third grade twice.
I majored in third grade, dude. Please, I had 4 years. I had medical school at third grade. Who's the kid with the beard in the class?
Mommy, there's a boy in my class that shaves.
Exactly.
No, that's a teacher, sweetie. No, it's not. He was in his desk.
He brought his kid to school. Yeah, man. It just, I guess that maybe there's something to this. Go back earlier, have more time off, and get out earlier. You know, like we didn't start back till either the week before Labor Day or the week after Labor Day. We started
when as far as I can remember, anyway, and that was a long time ago. We started the week before Labor Day, then we had Labor Day off.
Yeah, it was either we did that or we started that Tuesday after Labor Day. It was one of the two, depending on the year.
Yeah,
because they used to change it up every so many years, and you get that one year you go before Labor Day. And then, like 3-4 more years you go after. I was like, whatever, I'm a kid. Just tell me when I got to show up.
Well,
and I'll hook school that day.
The reason I brought that up is because tomorrow, from 11 to 1, you can help the kids that are going back to school. And you can say hey to Elijah and Tyler. They'll be broadcasting live from the brand new Wesco Brew and Bowl, 3040 Charleston Highway. I'll tell you where that is more specifically in a minute. They'll be collecting school supplies for Herbert A. Wood Elementary and Alcorn Middle School. And if you make a donation, Wesco is going to give you a $15 play card.
Because they have like arcades and games.
It's a whole, man.
Have you been there?
I haven't been there, but I saw that. I mean, speaking of the local news, like I guess they had like a big opening party.
Yeah,
and,
that place is cool, man.
It looks all right, man. It's so it's Charleston Highway.
We're going to do our Friday tailgate show from there like 7 times in football season.
Well, that means you'll be doing the show, and I'll be bowling and playing arcade games.
You know, they have a big bar too,
and drinking craft beer while bowling and playing arcade games.
The place is very cool.
But it's so Charleston Highway. It's basically right there before you, if you're coming from town, from Casey proper. It's right before Fish Hatchery.
Yep.
And back behind the truck stop.
Yep.
But in between 77 and 26.
Yeah, I think there's a Wendy's there and stuff.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff right there.
So yeah,
it's back behind there.
Yep, it's very cool. And 11 to 1 tomorrow for a good cause. School supplies for a couple of elementary schools.
If you get to the top of the hill at Fish Hatchery, you went too far.
Yep, there you go.
And if you're coming from the farmers market side, if you just go a little bit past Fish Hatchery, you're in good shape.
Yep. So that's tomorrow, 11 to 1 with Tyler and Elijah.
And don't get on the interstate.
Do not. Then you're really screwed up.
Then you've got to come all the way back around. And it'll take you like 20 more minutes.
And then you got problems.
So there
Absolutely.
You go.
All right, a little vault action for you. A lot of Olympics today.
Okay.
Sir.
All right.
This is the softest of softballs you'll ever get. This day in 2012, this guy broke the U.S. Olympic medals record with his 19th in helping the U.S. romp in the 4x200 meter freestyle at the London Games. 19 medals spanning 3 Olympics at that point. He ended up with 28 total medals, 23 gold.
Oh, that's the pride of Baltimore, Maryland, Michael Phelps.
Never forget. My kid was taking swim lessons at his place.
Yeah.
With his name on it and stuff.
At Michael Phelps' house and Michael Phelps' pool?
Phelps taught my kid how to swim.
In his pool?
Yeah, it was crazy. But it was funny because, again, Phelps was just kind of, at that point, he was just kind of working out, right?
Right, sure.
So he's there to work out, and again, it's Michael Phelps. But, he's around, people just don't, they just stop paying attention. That's just Michael Phelps. Well, my kid's about 3 foot tall, and he's in lane 2. Phelps comes up in lane 1 next to him, and Phelps is like 9'10", right? And so my kid looks up and goes, what does that look? Oh, my God. Chewbacca's here, or whatever. Phelps looks at him and laughs and gives him a little fist bump and starts swimming or whatever. But the look of horror on my kid's face looking at Michael Phelps, because he looks like a pterodactyl.
Well, he's like
gigantic.
What was he, like 6'4"?
He is seriously legit 6'4", and of course he's built like a swimmer. Yeah, so I'll give you another one.
Okay.
All right, really quick. Where's that? All right, this day in 2012, this Olympic team won the U.S.'s first gold medal since 1996 in this event. 1996, it was a famous win for the U.S. A women's sport.
Is that women's gymnastics?
Remember Carrie Strug on one foot?
Oh, yeah, and Bella Carosi said, just do it one time.
Yep. And 2012, now the U.S. is a dynasty in women's gymnastics. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, they do.
There you go, man.
There you go. Good stuff. Hour 2 coming up. Integrated Media, ready to help make your life a whole lot more enjoyable, a whole lot easier, a whole lot more secure. They can do all of those things. And I was just talking to the guys at Integrated about this. Listen, home theater speaks for itself in terms of what you want. I mean, we know what home theater means. Big TV, great sound system. You want something that'll shake and rattle the timbers. You can do that, right? But what about everything else? What about keeping your home secure? They can do that for you with security system, with lighting, with security cameras, and all of these things that you can control from the same app that you're controlling your home theater from. Or, for that matter, hook up your thermostat so that it's even more accessible for you to do. And if you've got somebody in your life that is maybe getting out of college, getting their first place, or you're moving into somewhere else, call Integrated Media. Let them set all of it up for you at once so you don't have to worry about it anymore. One room, whole house, indoors, outdoors, security, home theater, so much more. 803-948-8327. Call Integrated Media. Whoop, sorry, got to turn the mic on. 4 o'clock Friday. Welcome back in. It's the postgame show. Jay and Terry with you. If you were watching on YouTube, you just saw me talking to the mic and nothing came out. It's my first day. I'm learning, man. I'm learning.
It's your first week.
I'm learning.
It's funny when we all do that. Of course, everybody's done it, but you sit there and you're going too.
Yeah.
You start off, you're like, wait a minute, I don't hear me in my ear.
If I don't hear me, then I know I'm not there.
Well, I told you that's what happened when, again, Dave we had Scott Hamilton in here filling in, and no, he was on StreamYard, and not to go too much how the sausage is made. There's certain buttons you have to push out of our radio board here in the producer studio to talk to someone on StreamYard so it doesn't go out on the air. That's all well and good, but you got to do one thing. Punch the button back in before you leave.
Yeah, it helps.
And that day, again, Dave didn't, and I'm just yapping away, man. I'm going.
Well, Dave was buying Larkin Poe tickets.
Hey, he was busy. He was on that senior swipe left, swipe right app. He was working it.
Sure.
Dave was working it. Putting up that picture from 1972 as his profile picture. Anyway.
Oh, man.
Man had stuff he had to get done.
Because I can't. All right. I'm good.
Anyway, so we did birdies with Beamer yesterday.
The thing is, I believe that he would. Some lady meets Dave at what's the Knowledge Pert coffee shop down the street here.
One of my favorites. And sit there. Dave
walks into the counter. She's like looking around, and of course she's got a recent enough photo. So yeah.
And all of a sudden, Dave walks
up.
Hey,
what are you, his dad?
Gramps, are you Grandpa?
No, that's me.
Are you Dave Senior? Oh man,
this is my photo at a Nixon rally. I just thought I looked good that day.
Nixon rally. Oh God.
We love you, Dave. All right, fine. Not a Nixon rally. A Carter rally.
Well, for him, maybe a McGovern rally.
A Carter
McGovern,
rally.
Carter.
Yeah, we'll go a Carter rally.
That'd be Dave's.
That's still mid-70s.
Yeah, 76. Anyway.
Thanks for that. I appreciate it. It's good to laugh.
Oh heck yeah!
It's good to laugh. It's just that if I turn my face away from the microphone and laugh, and it sounds like dead air to the average listener, and I'm just over here trying not to laugh out loud.
Exactly.
Where were we?
I don't know.
How you doing?
Hey,
we'll get back to some Kendall Briles. Michael Haney's going to join us later on. Again, we're wishing Michael all the best as he is recovering from double quad surgery. I don't know exactly what his surgery. I didn't want to get into too much detail with him yesterday. He was talking about a lot of stuff yesterday, but I finally talked with him. Mrs. Phillips had spoken briefly with him, and she had spoken with his mother, who's up in Nashville taking care of him for a little bit. And he does have to be off his feet for a while, but he has, I don't know if he's going to want to tell us the story. We tried to tell a little bit of it yesterday on the air, but for those who are maybe newer to the station, just to let you know, who is this Michael Haney you're talking about? Michael and I we worked together from 2003 until Michael left in 2015 to go into the music business. We did 2,000 some shows together. Michael and I, along with Deuce Staley, were the first show that ever aired on this station back in late 2007.
Cracked the mic the first time.
We did. We worked together for 3 years before Deuce decided.
I saw the video.
Before this,
you were young.
Yeah, well, and again, then Deuce decided that local radio was not as lucrative as coaching in the National Football League.
Hell's up with that guy?
His loss.
That's right. I bet he regrets that.
But just because he's won the Super Bowl as a coach and player, whatever, dude.
Yeah, whatever, pal.
No, anyway, Deuce is doing great, by the way. But so that's Michael is the brother I didn't have because I don't have a brother. Michael does have a brother, but I don't. So he's like the younger brother I never had, which is why I could talk to him the way I did yesterday.
Right. Exactly.
Which was ridiculing him, even though he's in serious pain and had major surgery. Because that's what we do. I remember a couple years ago I saw his mom, and she's like, "Have you talked to Michael?" And I said, "Oh yes, ma'am. I still say," or I didn't say I said we, because it's true. I said we still say vile things to each other on a regular basis.
Absolutely. Which You should.
We do.
After knowing each other all that time and working together.
So
Yeah, you're lucky you're doing it as a joke. Sometimes when you work that long with somebody, it's not a joke.
No, and I only because I know what I know what lines not to cross. And not for any fear or anything, even though Michael is built like a linebacker.
He's a lot bigger than you.
He is.
Exactly.
He is. He's
You're built like a kicker.
Yeah,
built like
that's fair.
And he's built like a linebacker.
That's fair. Yeah, I'll give you that. But he is more linebacker sized.
Yep.
Yeah. But no, and I did. That's why I said, yesterday, hey buddy, you okay? How you doing? You okay? You all right? And he was.
Yeah.
But we'll get to him in a little bit.
And hopefully he's hopped up on opioids.
Man
can dream.
Maybe he will be. Maybe he will.
It would be fun.
Tune in and find out. That's
right.
the beauty of it. Before we get back into some Gamecock stuff, real quick, Major League Baseball's trade deadline is Monday afternoon. Atlanta Braves are certainly in the market. If you didn't see yesterday, while not making it official, and the team itself did not make any announcement on this, but it does appear that Spencer Strider is done for the season, that he's going to need to have complete rehab and then an off season before he's ready to go. Maybe he just wasn't ready to go this season.
Yeah, it could have been.
I think
simple.
that's it, and then again, maybe look, he is I'm going to use this word. He's a violent pitcher.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When you have a delivery that violent, it's so high effort, high intensity, your body's just not built for that.
No.
And I think you and I were talking about this last week. When these guys today who break down these deliveries, because all these guys said throw hard, velocity, spin rate, high effort on every pitch. The guys back in the day will tell you they get into innings where they would get into neutral a little bit and coast to try to save themselves so they could throw 9 and throw 130, 40 pitches. These cats today, man, they take the mound and from pitch 1 till they go out of the game, it is high effort in everything they do. And your body as a pitcher can only stand so much of that, Jay. And sometimes you're going to start breaking down. Like I said, the guy that we always marvel at, Nolan Ryan, had a phenomenal delivery once he got older and mastered his mechanics.
Yeah.
That's why he could pitch until he was 65 years old.
Right. Well, and he knew how to throw that changeup by then.
And the curveball.
Yeah, and the curveball.
And he used the lower part of his body. You watch some of those guys back in the day.
What Nolan had, for one thing, Nolan took amazing care of himself his whole career.
Yep.
But he did. And Spencer, with all in that vein, Terry, to kind of play both sides of this, Spencer's got big thighs and a big butt. And he uses it. The thing is, he still has a violent upper body delivery.
That's what they're just.
So he can use that lower body for strength, but it's not helping that elbow and shoulder.
No,
it's not. It's
just the idea. If you can throw, there's some guys today who use their lower body really well and are got a husky in the lower body, so to speak, and can sit there and their delivery is smooth or smoother. It's the guys who are really violent with and look, this isn't me, I'm not a doctor, but the guys who deal with these pitchers will tell you the more violent in the upper body, the worse off you are, because, if you can use your legs for the most part and let that take the brunt of a lot of what you do, it saves your arm. And if your mechanics are really good and smooth and you're still throwing a hundy, that's great too. Like you look at Paul Skeens' throw, he's not as violent as Spencer Strider.
Right.
And Skeens is popping 98, 99.
He is.
So going back to Strider, you watch it and you're just like, how is this guy ever going to stay healthy? Now, could he, Jay, work on maybe tweaking his delivery a little bit, not to lose velocity or spin rate, but just to lessen the pressure he's putting on his arm and his elbow and his shoulder and his upper body? Maybe. But it's tough, man.
I think your answer is right, and I think it's an unfortunate correct answer that you gave. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know if he's that great of a pitcher.
Yeah.
He's a thrower.
He's a thrower.
And that serves you well for a while, Kerry Wood, but Kerry Wood wasn't much of a pitcher. Nolan was a pitcher. Mm-hmm. He just happened to be an incredibly powerful, in-shape pitcher.
Exactly.
And for a while, and I know what you can think, whatever, and I kind of put him in the category of Bonds and all those, but Clemens was a pitcher. Yeah, he was power, but Clemens was a
Clemens
pitcher.
Could pitch.
He could pitch.
Clemens, if Clemens' fastball wasn't what it, if he didn't have his A fastball that day, he could still get you because
Split
he would
finger
pitch
slider.
his way around you. He would
Yeah,
have multiple pitches. He'd get you in the chess match. You're right. Clemens was a pitcher.
He was a pitcher, and I don't know that Strider is. And I watch enough Braves baseball to make some of those judgments. And
I'll say this, not to be mean. You can question that a lot more today because these guys are pushed so hard to heavy velocity, and maybe they'll develop a second pitch with some spin. But sometimes you'll see these pitchers, their third and fourth pitch. Sometimes they just shelve it anymore, Jay.
Yeah.
They'll say if your third or fourth pitch isn't effective, just throw your two. Throw your two best and forget the other two that aren't good. So a lot of it today is built. I mean, look, we make fun of it or get frustrated or roll our eyes. These guys are almost built by their organizations to be 5 or 6 inning pitchers now.
yeah, I was going to say, I think a lot of it is just the product of what baseball has become, and all the analytics, and that's what
Because that's
whatever.
the thing. Think about today. I mean, how many guys you watch are pitchers? It's tough.
Not enough.
Not enough, and it's a shame. I get it, and that's why I always say about analytics. Look, I love it, but sometimes what the analytics does, it takes away some nuance from the game that you can't really measure in stats.
Right.
And because again, analytics is it's made pitchers 100% more efficient. Guys now, I mean, you see the movement on pitches today?
Well, the irony for a guy like Strider, yeah, you're right. But the irony for a guy like Strider, to the point you're making about analytics, and once you get to 100 pitches, you're done, and let's try to keep it in the 90s, is it's supposed to save the wear and tear.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not supposed to get hurt like this because you do throw the way you throw. And yet for guys like him, it's just, again, this is the third time he's gone down in the last 4 seasons.
Yep.
And he's basically missed most. I mean, now with this year and last year, you've pitched less than 20%.
Yeah. And, I'll say this, and I don't know if you do this now, because I love baseball, man. I just do. And every time I watch Jacob Misiorowski pitch, first of all, I'm like, mother of God, 103? Seriously? And the fact this guy's thrown over 700 pitches this year over 100 miles an hour. He had a game, his last start, 66 pitches over 100.
Right.
He's popping. He just set a record, almost 104 on the gun. This goes through my head. Okay, when's Dr. Tommy John going to show up?
Right.
Because, I mean, it's just, you just feel that way now, Jay, because all these guys who throw high velocity, eventually what happens?
Yeah, it's good. You're gonna throw your arm out
Because your arm is not built.
No, the human arm is not built for that. But
so,
to that end, what I was leading up to here is the Braves.
Path. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Braves are in the market. Look, a lot of people, myself included, would love to see the Braves go after a guy like Tariq Skubal from the Detroit Tigers. It seems unlikely. Atlanta could put together a package that would be suitable for Detroit, but I don't think Atlanta's going to do it with Skubal. And Terry, I told you this off air, because Atlanta doesn't like to make moves for players that aren't under their control for more than a couple of years, and Skubal wouldn't be. And even though these guys that I'm going to mention aren't pitchers, when the Braves made deals recently enough with the Athletics for Sean Murphy and more importantly Matt Olson, before they made the deal, they had long-term agreements in place. Now they didn't announce that before the trade, but if you remember, Braves fans, just days after both of those guys were acquired by Atlanta, they announced long-term deals for both of them. Terry, to your point, and I think you're right, Skubal wants to hit the open market.
Yep.
Now, his agent could start to shop around and see what the market bears, but the better time to get that market opportunity is going to be this offseason. The one thing the Braves might be able to say is, well, this offseason is going to probably go away, and you're not going to have as much of an action because there's going to be a work stoppage. But we'll give you X. And the Braves can't afford to give him a long-term deal. But can the Braves afford to give up the things that would be necessary? But the Braves will not give up, 2 top hundreds, and perhaps a guy like A.J. Smith-Shawver, and a few others for 3 months of Tariq.
Yeah, you're just not going to do that if you're the Braves.
Really,
so
2 months because you aren't guaranteed anything once you get to October.
Because the Braves farm system is getting better. Because remember, they gutted it to go get players to help
get those
win.
yeah.
And now you're getting it back together, but you just don't have the depth like the Dodgers do, for an example, if they want to go get them.
No. So we'll see. But and we'll have more on this coming up on Monday. But expect to hear some things coming out of Atlanta this weekend while they're playing the Nats about what the Braves trades could potentially look like. Come back on the other side. We'll get you some thoughts from Kendall Briles, the Gamecocks' new OC. You're listening to the Postgame Show. Since the mid-1970s, Griffin Pools and Spas has been a family-owned pool company right here in the Midlands, just steps away from the dam in Lake Murray on North Lake Drive. In fact, they got started because the late, great Stanley Griffin, who founded the company, built a pool in his own backyard and said, man, that's a good pool. I can do this. Bang. There you go. 50-plus years later, they're still going strong. Griffin now a national leader in the pool industry. Custom pool design for in-ground pools, lots of different materials, lots of different imaginations that you can get. Just, hey, this is what I want in a pool. I saw this at a hotel. I saw this at a friend's house. I saw this wherever. Hey, they can get it done for you. Or you just want something small to jump into and cool off. Or you want the affordability of an above-ground pool. They can do that for you, too. Saltwater pools that help you keep maintenance low, costs low, and effective. They'll communicate with you throughout the entire process. That's why they've been doing it for more than 50 years. You ready for a pool? You're ready for Griffin Pools and Spas. Check them out online, griffinpoolsandspas.com. 20 minutes after 4 o'clock here on a Friday. Welcome back in. Jay and Terry with you. Michael Haney coming up in a little bit. Not only is he recovering from his surgery, Michael's got a new song out. Tell you about that coming up in just a little bit. No performing for a little while. Maybe he can do like Zoom concerts, just like it's COVID all over again or something. You know?
Yeah, remember those, man? Those Zoom concerts?
Yeah. Get out there and see what he can do. But we'll have that for
do
you.
That from do that from his bed. A little Zoom concert from the bedroom.
Well, let's see what he can do.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
He's creative.
We'll throw him some suggestions.
He's creative. Just make sure he's wearing pants.
Yeah, buddy. Could be a good idea. Well, I'll know he's got 2 busted up quads. He might not be wearing pants.
The robe.
The no pants tour.
Him and the Chili Peppers.
Flea. Never forget that, man. That was at that Woodstock in 2000 or 1999 or whatever. And
sock phase.
My man was wearing nothing but a sock and a bass guitar. That's all he had.
Where was he? Nope, never mind. Let's get back into some football here. How about cut number 10, please, sir? Because I think this is the one that is in, top of mind for just about everybody in Gamecock land. Hey, Kendall Briles, how do you unlock the real Lenoris sellers?
So, just to be candid with you, I didn't watch any 24 film. I didn't watch any 25 film.
Okay.
To me, my job is to come in here and evaluate everybody, not what they have done, but what are they going to do? What are they doing today? What are they doing right now? And so that's for the coaching staff. And I gave, the first time I talked to the offense was everybody's on a clean slate. And we're moving forward. We're not worrying about what has happened before. And this is the new vision. This is what we're going to be offensively, and this is how we're going to go attack it. And so we're going to judge you on what you do today and tomorrow. And that's what we've done. And we had a great spring. I think our guys are incredibly confident in what we're doing offensively. And obviously Lenoris is the catalyst. And, he's got the X factor. I can call a bad play, and he can turn it into a 50-yard run. It can happen. And so I understand that. What we got to do is allow him to go out there and play clean. We got to, control the football, not turn the football over, and let him be comfortable and let his God-given talents go out there and show on the football field and not make the game hard for him. And so that's our plan.
I wonder if that last part, having taking Kendall at his word that he has not watched the things that Lenoris did, especially in 2025, because to one of your points earlier, Terry, hey, maybe you watched the 24 where things were good, but last year, different system and just, you burn that tape. But I do wonder if maybe, have him be comfortable. Maybe without having to watch the film.
Yeah.
One of the things that Kendall and Lenoris, Kendall and Shane may have talked about, the three of them together, others perhaps. Yeah, he wasn't comfortable. He wasn't having fun. And that maybe job one, and Kendall talked about that with us too, hey, when you start playing this game as a kid, why do you do it? Because it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want that to change too
No.
much. Yeah, it becomes more of a job. Everybody gets it. It gets harder and more complex. Sure, okay. But, so whether you watch the film or not, I think that is job one.
Yeah.
Because if he's not, Lenoris, that is, if he's not in a good place between his ears, everything else will go downhill from there.
And I think the one thing, and we'll hear every now and then you'll hear coordinators or quarterbacks say this, and it's really been done, and they mean it. Coordinator will go to the quarterback, hey, man, what's up, coach? What kind of plays you like to run? What do you think you do best? What makes you most comfortable? I've watched your film. You tell me. Or I've watched you in practice. You tell me. If nothing else, you get in the head of what he thinks because that teaches you something, right? And two, you get knowledge of, oh, really? You like running that? Okay. I don't know if I thought that. I thought there's a couple other plays you would like better, but all right. Let's yap about it. Because one, you give them some type of ownership of the offense, right? And two, if you're doing the things that you think you do best, you're more confident in yourself, right? If you're more confident and you're playing free and playing with fun, then you should be able to unleash and unlock whatever you have in theory, right? I know it's not that simple, but I think that's
well, in theory it is, though.
It
to your
be,
point, when
right?
you say in theory it is that
should
simple.
be.
Yeah.
But sometimes coaching ego comes into play. This is my system, and you're going to run it.
Yeah.
You're going to learn my way.
Yeah.
Or, coaches don't get that input from the player because, again, whether they want all the control or the power or they want the ownership or they don't feel they feel insecure about themselves. They don't want to let the quarterback feel like he's got any kind of percentage of input. And that clouds all of it, right? But at the end of the day, it should be very simple. Hey, Phillips, what do you like to do? What do you like to run? It should be that easy. Mm-hmm. And then go from there. And it feels like that's Kendall Briles. Look, there's certain rules we have in this thing and certain things you got to do in my offense. But besides these things, dude, have at it. Go play, go have fun, go play loose. Don't think, play.
Let's go to the next one, 11, because we talked about this a lot, too. No matter what kind of quarterback you have and no matter how effective he may be at throwing the football and what your pass game is like, if you can't run, it's not going to mean a whole lot. We asked Kendall how he incorporates running the football into his.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk to any defensive coordinator, if you were to have Clayton on him and you ask him, probably what's the most important thing you got to do week in, week out, he's going to say we got to stop the run. So as an offense, we got to run the ball, and so that goes hand in hand. And there's a lot of different ways to do that. Just spit the ball on the perimeter are considered runs for us. A lot of our stuff is what we call mixed plays, but RPO based, and it kind of depends on what the defense does. And I got fans or direct messages to my Twitter. Why are you throwing the ball there? Well, that's because the defense is telling us to throw the ball. Like, we're reading these guys, and so as long as our quarterback's making really good decisions, then our offense is built to operate at a high level based on the way that the defensive players react. And so you got to be able to run the football, especially in this league, and it's hard to do it. And you got to find, creative ways to be able to do it. If you line up and they see your formations and you are lined up, and they know it's inside zone, like, these guys are good. They're hard to block. And as soon as they know where the ball's at, they're going to shed blocks and they're going to get to the football. Man, it's just the way it is. And so there's a little bit of smoke and mirrors involved with it, and that's our job as coaches, to be able to figure out how we can do it and do it in creative ways.
Number one, turn off DMs.
Yes.
All right, there's number one. And number two, coming back to it, and again, I really do, y'all, because, look, part of why I do what I do for a living, and Terry, you're the same boat, is because we're sports fans.
Sure.
Hearing him talk about that, like the smoke and mirrors, just that he said. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of smoke and mirrors involved. I can't wait to see this offense get going at South Carolina. And one of the things, Terry, that I know you've been talking a bunch about when it comes to and we all know the differences, but the hash marks and the wider side of the field and having the space, utilizing the space, and that's, I think, where a lot of the Kendall Briles smoke and mirrors can come into play. I'm anxious to see that if Carolina goes 4 wide, or if Carolina wants to go, with 2 tight ends, and what he wants to do in the backfield, and when what Lenoris wants to. There's so many things to do, and as long as everybody's running in the same direction, figuratively speaking, that is, with blocking and their technique and the things he was talking about there, what you have to pick up. I'm ready to see Kendall call these plays and make these adjustments and fool these defenses as best he possibly can.
I want to see Kendall cook, man.
I know it's the SEC, y'all. I'm not naive here. When you go to Oklahoma, they play defense. It's going to be tough. I get it.
Punch you in the face.
Georgia plays
wherever,
defense.
sure.
I get it.
I want to see also how he manipulates defenses with formations and motions and everything else that we didn't see last year. We saw a lot of, we're just going to line up and do this thing, how we do it. Because, again, motions and different formations, it tells you what the defense is doing. And 2, you can now, through motions and formations, build favorable matchups. And you can also, create mismatches. You can know where to attack by just seeing some things pre-snap. And that's going to be fun because this guy, and again, we got to see it on the field, obviously, but everything he's done in his past, he knows what's up.
Resume speaks for itself. Now you got to go do it again. That's why I say anxious to see what happens here at South Carolina. We're anxious to see how Michael Haney is doing and recovering.
And all of his quads.
Our very good friend, that's right, all of them torn. All of them, though, now surgically repaired Is he? Michael Haney joins us on the other side.
You want quality work done when you need cabinetry, right? Inside, outside, whatever you want, cabinets or accessories to that nature. Obviously, you want quality work. You want everything to be what you want it to be, the style, everything, the coloring, all those things are important. And sure they are. And you want them to work. You want to open up a cabinet, put something in, and all of a sudden, everything falls through, the cabinet breaks in pieces. Like when I would put together the old Kmart cabinet back when I was young. But also, you want good customer service. You want transparency, and that's what the folks at CHW Cabinetry do with their photorealistic renderings. You also want, look, not that this is the end-all, be-all, but you also want people you actually can be friendly with and you like some a little bit. And that's what Star and her crew, they're very personable, will do what they can to make sure you're happy. So make a call and get the process started. 803-520-6837, 803-520-6837. Give a ring to the folks at CHW Cabinetry and get it started. Okay, our first look on the traffic this afternoon. Malfunction Junction, malfunctioning like it does every day. Also, we have some construction in the normal spots we'll get to in a minute. One accident, 2 Notch Road at South Lake Drive. Then we have construction I-26 between Bush River Road and Old Sandy Run Road, I-20 between Sunset Boulevard and Bush River Road, and Broad River Road between I-26 and Dutch Fork Road. We'll pop back in and talk to our buddy Michael Haney next here on the Postgame Show.
25 minutes in front of 5 o'clock on this Friday. Welcome back in. Jay and Terry postgame show rolling on. Coming up, top of the 5 headlines of the day. Latest on what's going on with the U.S. Senate bill, the Protect College Sports Act, not getting love from the SEC and Big Ten over the last couple of weeks. If only there had been some clue. Like, consulting them from the get-go instead of the chairman of the board of just one school in the Big 12 as the voice of everybody in college football. Oh, well, if he says that's what it is, then that's clearly what it is. No, not quite. Not quite. Get you updated on a few other things going on, too, including some news around a former Gamecock in the NFL. That's all coming up at the top of the hour. Terry is getting Michael Haney as we speak. And again, remind you tomorrow from 11 to 1, Elijah and Tyler, the brand new Westco Bruin Bowl, Charleston Highway, right there near Fish Hatchery. Fun place. And they are gathering school supplies for Herbert A. Wood Elementary, Alcorn Middle School tomorrow, 11 to 1. And if you participate and donate, then you will get a $15 play card from Westco Bruin Bowl. So there you go. Tomorrow, 11 to 1. Go get pictures with Elijah and Tyler. Or just say, hey, your choice. So there you go. Michael Haney is getting ready to join us. His new song is out. He'll tell us about that. More importantly, our longtime colleague here at the station, again, someone that I did more than, well over 2,000 shows with. I don't know how many. One day we might sit down and actually try to figure out exactly. I don't know that we could get an exact number, but it was 2,000 and some shows together. And Michael, of course, is now for about a decade-ish been in Nashville working on the music biz. Is he ready to go?
Yeah.
How's he? Is he lucid?
Well, I wanted to wait and see on the air. Are you stoned?
I just gotta say, I'm glad that I can finally do this show on drugs.
Oh, like you never did before. Don't act like this is the first time you've been stoned working with Jay.
Yeah,
Stop it.
No, I know. That's right. Yeah, I had some of Grandpa's old cough medicine in those water jugs back
There
in
you
the day.
go. There you go. Yeah, what's in there? That's right. Tommy Moody's old cough remedies. All right, I'll be a little more serious today. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Like for what is going on and kind of where we are, I'm probably on the other side of the worst of it, but I'm not out of the woods here from this first week.
Do you want to tell everybody? Do you want to tell everybody what happened in detail, or do you just want to? Do you yet have an abridged version of this?
Yeah, I have an abridged version, and no shame. I mean, it's not a great story, and I'm going to try to have some fun with this eventually.
I hope Coach Beamer is listening because he, as he said yesterday, he had questions. So I hope Shane, I hope you're listening.
Yeah, well, here you go. This is what happened, and then we'll try to eventually come up with a better story.
Yeah, we have to get a better story, dude. I love you to death. You got to have a better story.
We'll get a Michael Haney merch pack or something together for the person that makes me laugh and comes up with the best way that this happened. But I live in a really great spot up here in Nashville. I'm very, very fortunate. It's an area called Sylvan Park that's about a mile and a half from Vandy, and I was just out for a normal walk. I've done hundreds of times since I've lived up here, and knowing I was going to be driving back to South Carolina to do Nashville Nights last Tuesday morning. I was prepared. I'm like, all right, I'm going to go ahead and get my walk in, get my legs stretched out so I can deal with sitting in the car that long. Just went out for a walk, and I was checking for traffic across a street. There's a blind hill that comes off of the main road, so I just turned to the right to make sure nobody was going to fly over that hill. And when I was approaching the sidewalk on the other side, there's a bike lane on this particular street, and now that I've had time to really process what happened at the time, I had no idea what exactly had happened, but because I just toppled over and ended up on the sidewalk in pain and like, what just happened? But when I turned my head back straight to look at the sidewalk, my right foot stepped on a rock, and right in the middle of the shoe, and it skidded it like just the right angle. And I twisted my right ankle, and then that motion ruptured my right quad tendon. And because I had no stability on the right side, it was just a jelly leg. I went down hard. I mean, my left hand is pretty scraped up because I did break the fall from that. Thank God that I didn't bust my face or my head, but my left knee took the brunt of it right into the curb, and it ruptured the left quad tendon. So in one fell swoop, in a matter of about 3.5 seconds, I tore both of my quad muscles and lost use of both of my legs for the most part with that. So I was able to get to see an orthopedic surgeon last week, who immediately, upon feeling above my patella and the kneecaps there, that he's like, yep, you've got the Charles Barkley injury. He said, except you did both of them, not one. He said that's what ended his career. He's like, so if you ever had any dreams of being an elite athlete, those are now over. And that was I think those days are past. But we're on the other side of the surgery. I went in on Monday afternoon and had a successful surgery. Things are good, but obviously anything like this with a major surgery on both of your legs in something that you take for granted, that you use all the time, to not have the function of that is I couldn't say the word I was about to say. I was like, I've been out of radio too long. I about got you an FCC violation.
Yeah, this isn't a podcast.
But yeah, it messes with the mind, and so that's been one of the biggest adjustments. And I'm just grateful. I've got my mom and my sister are able to come up here and take some time off to help me out, and then I'm getting through it, trying to navigate the pain and deal with it as best I can. And I'm in bed most of the time. I guess I can go as James Caan in Misery for my Halloween costume, because that's about what I look like. And yeah. So that's kind of where we are. And I hate it. I mentioned Nashville Nights. That's still going on. So you guys still, if you're around town, we've got 3 more shows. So please still go out there. It's not. The show must go on even if I'm not there. But
you don't have any Annie Wilkes types people in your life, do you? Because you become a big star. I don't want you to have some stalker out there that's going to come take care of you, if you know what I mean.
Nah, all good. Okay.
Again,
I'm very, very thankful that
I want you to write a follow-up to that song.
Yeah.
I thought the Kathy Bates character was very empathetic and sympathetic to Michael.
She's great,
James Caan's problems.
Yeah, I mean, she could be.
She's just a big fan. She's just a fan.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Absolutely.
Well, that's it sounds actually quite horrible, and I'm glad you're gonna be now. You're so like in a month you'll be okay. 2 months. What are we looking at here? Like to be back on stage? Did we know yet? Some obviously some therapy.
I wish it was that. I wish it was that simple, Jay. My legs have to stay straight for 6 weeks.
Oh my!
A minimum. So that's the mind mess.
Yeah.
Dealing with that, I'm cruising around in my analog scooter. It's what I call my walker. So I've got that. It's a little bit better than crutches for this particular situation for me. So I am able to shuffle along a little bit, get some movement. I can't just sit in the bed all the time. So that is the good thing. I can do some light weight bearing. I just can't bend the legs.
Okay.
That's a big no-no until the tendons fully attach and we get cleared. And that's probably going to be a 6 to 8 week process. And then beyond that, we'll reassess and we'll start some physical therapy. But all in all, it's a 4 to 6 month recovery.
I will say this. Glad you're in good spirits. Glad you're getting better slowly. And I'm glad you saved that little old lady from those 8 muggers.
That's right.
Right.
Heroic.
Yeah, exactly. That'll
the
teach
story.
them.
That's the
That's
story.
right. And the
That will
fact
teach
that
'em.
you kept fighting despite your 2 quad tears, you are a hero.
That's right. All right. Well,
That's right.
All right. Sit tight because Michael does have, even though he's now, like James Caan, he's still writing just like James Caan was.
We'll
still producing.
We'll find out what's up.
We'll come back on the other side and let you know how
We're going to have that woman on who Michael saved her life with his 2 quads.
Yeah, his Annie Wilkes.
That's right.
That's all we need. We need to find him one, don't we? Oh, no. Did I say that out loud? No. Okay, more of what Michael is doing, so how you can help out and see what's up. Not help out, just see what's up.
See what's up.
Yeah, just see what's up. We'll do that on the other side. Keep it here. All right, we'll do our best to get to some Jay or Nay, but if we don't, Michael Haney is still with us. Welcome back in. Jay and Terry with you. Headlines of the day coming up, top of the hour. The
Let's
latest.
get Michael to sing some Jay or Nay.
If he has it.
He doesn't have it in him right now. He doesn't feel... He's not in the mood to sing right now.
No, I don't want him to sing.
He's going through misery.
I don't. Yes, literally and figuratively. Again, we're trying to find Michael and Annie Wilkes.
I think Michael would. Michael would like to pick out his own Annie Wilkes, right, Michael?
Well, you'd like to. Everybody would like to pick out.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't we all like to pick out our own, right? You know, if I could pick out my own stalker,
and she would look exactly like Kathy Bates.
That's right.
Yeah, you got to play the part.
Yeah.
All right, real quick. You get to pick a stalker. You go Glenn Close from that movie or Kathy Bates?
Fatal Attraction.
Fatal Attraction. You go Fatal Attraction, Glenn Close with the wild hair.
Yeah, I'm going
Kathy Bates.
I'm going Glenn Close. Yeah, I'm going Glenn Close because at least I could be up and moving around.
Okay, that's fair.
That's the outside the box thinking right there.
Yes. Why am I? He's smart.
Yeah, I mean James Caan was.
Yeah.
Well, James Caan didn't know he was going to get in a wreck in the snow.
Look, Michael Douglas was just an idiot.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Michael Douglas was a moron.
Haney does have a lot in common with James Caan because again, you didn't mean for that to happen.
No.
He didn't know.
And Michael Douglas brought that on himself.
Yeah.
Good point.
I mean, James Caan.
And you don't have a pet rabbit, do you?
Thankfully, no.
Good.
All right, so. But the artist Michael Haney is still incredibly active, and a new single dropped today. Is that correct?
Yeah. As my buddies have joked, like, man, you'll do anything to promote a song. I actually, I really, the story of this song. Just go ahead and tell me, guys, because I'm not as up to speed on our top of the hour, end of the hour breaks. What do I have here?
You have about 3 minutes left.
3.5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. I'll keep this brief. So I just released a song today. It's titled "Call on Me," and it is a song that, as I say, a simple song with a simple message for difficult times. And it's something that I began writing actually when I was still working at the station, when I was living there in Columbia, over at the Gates, way back in the day. I started writing the song. I was listening to a little Van Morrison and the song "Days Like This," and before I understood the craft and the elbow grease that goes into writing songs the way that you need to, especially when you live in a place like Nashville, I just started something, just trying to figure out, what it was. And, fast forward a few years, once I, was living here, and I had some friends that were going through really difficult times, cancer diagnosis, divorce, just things that were tough. And I have another artist, peer, a guy named Stephen Kellogg, who's fantastic, and I had been lucky enough to meet him on the road when I was traveling with another guy named Will Hogue, and I got to listen to Stephen's catalog, and he had a song called "Last Man Standing," and so between my friends going through a tough time, the bit pieces that I had started listening to Van Morrison, and then listening to Stephen Kellogg's "Last Man Standing" on repeat, I was able to start formulating a song. So this song's actually, probably 14 years old. And when I went in the studio back in February to start a new batch of songs that I'm releasing, which started today, this was the very last song that I actually gave to my producer. We had a whole list of different things that we were looking at, and then I picked up the acoustic guitar. We didn't even have the track of this, and I said, man, this song's kind of been coming in the back of my brain a little bit, and it seems to be coming back around. What do you think of this? And he said, well, why didn't you lead with that one? So we decided to lead the next batch of songs. We decided to lead the next batch of releases with this particular one. And it just happened to be at a very coincidental time that I am, very injured and laid up, and I'm having to call on a small village of people to really help me get through this pretty difficult time. So, it's something that, if it means something to you right now, awesome. If it's not your jam at this moment, I'm really working towards the idea of writing what could be timeless songs. So it'll be there for you when you need it. And I hope you love it. Hope you dig it. I've been blessed with some great feedback today as it's been released, and yeah, hope you guys like it. Hope you dig it. It's a little bit different sound from me from what I put out, but call on me. It's on every streaming platform and that you can find. So I hope you like it.
So we just punch in your name.
Yeah,
If you're, I already got my little Michael Haney channel on Apple Music.
Good deal.
So.
Good deal.
I'm old, so I use Apple Music. I don't use Spotify.
Well, I will say this: for any artists, or especially independent folks, like whatever wherever you choose to listen to your music, please follow in those apps. I know it's not like a thing that we really think about. I know I certainly don't. Sometimes you just fire up the artist that you like, but for little guys and gals in this business like me, when you follow our profile in those streaming apps, whatever it may be, Spotify, Apple, Tidal, whatever. That's a huge boost. So yeah, go give me a follow, and you'll be getting some new songs in the next coming months.
Yeah, seriously, man, we hope you get better. Okay.
Well, one of us does.
Yeah. Guess which one. Anyway.
Yay, Terry. Thank you, fellas, man.
You're welcome,
love you,
Michael.
man. Be good. Be good. We'll holler at you soon. Tell your mama,
See you, my
sister,
friend.
hey, get better.
Have a good one, brother.
All right, that's
See
our
you
good
get
friend
better.
Michael Haney. I do want him to get better, as far as you.
Don't lie.
No,
That's
he's-
not nice.
Hour 3 coming
Tell the
up.
truth. right, we got a couple of accidents. I-20 westbound, Monticello Road, exit 68, Two Notch Road at South Lake Drive. They're still cleaning that one up as well. Slow going like always at Malfunction Junction, and we have our 3 spots for construction. We always have, so take your time as you move and maneuver, and maybe tomorrow, once the traffic mellows out, you can go hang out with Elijah Campbell, Tyler Head, broadcasting live, Wesco Bruin Bowl. That's 3040 Charleston Highway. For a toy drive, a school supply drive for Herbert H. Wood Elementary and also Alcorn Middle School. So stop in and check that out.
It is 5 o'clock news time on this Friday. Welcome back in. It's also the final hour of the postgame show alongside Terry Ford. I'm Jay Phillips. We start in Washington, where the Protect College Sports Act is in peril at this point. However, a lifeline may have been tossed out today. Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports reporting that the SEC and Big Ten have requested a little additional language to, without trying to get too deep in the weeds here, a cap circumvention provision. I'll explain that in a second, in the Protect College Sports Act that could result in their support. Dellinger reports that many university presidents in both leagues, remember 34 schools total, would support the bill if the changes are made. Right now, what they are concerned about is that there are loopholes in this bill that would still allow schools to go above and beyond whatever cap number is ultimately settled upon. At this point, that cap number is around $48 million. There's still a little fluctuation there, but give or take, it's like 48 to 50 million dollars. But the SEC and Big Ten commissioners have both stated, as have several ADs in both leagues, that they feel that the language isn't strong enough to still have schools go around that number. Now, you've had the head coach and athletic director at Ohio State, arguably the second wealthiest school, at least in terms of revenues, behind Texas in the country, say we need this to happen. So, you know, there's this fear of, well, Ohio State's just going to do whatever, or Texas is just going to do whatever. As I understand it, ironically, Terry, one of the people that they are most worried about is Cody Campbell of Texas Tech, who will continue to see a cap where most of the schools in his league won't be able to. And listen, I saw some confusion today from some people replying to this on the national level. You know, and they said, well, schools like Kansas State or Wake Forest or Duke will never be able to hit the cap. Well, you're not required to hit the cap. You can't go over the cap.
That's the problem.
But there's no floor here either. So this is not a CBA.
No.
If you don't want to spend the money,
then don't. But again, it hinders your ability to acquire players.
But if you do want to spend the money, you can only go above, or you cannot go above, rather, whatever they settled upon. Dellinger says that conference executives, officials from Notre Dame, lawmakers, and others have been in talks this morning about the language. Even the White House apparently got involved along the way at some point. The SEC held an hour-long presidential call this morning. It was their second call in the last 2 days. They discussed further, but did not take a vote. If the SEC and Big Ten don't get on board, this thing's going to die. Their 2 state footprints represent more than half the Senate and also represent, it's a shade over 200 million people in this country. Now, again, the people don't vote on the legislative stuff, but if you don't have the support of the conferences and the schools, that gets back to the lawmakers. And even if you had the support in the Senate, I've seen some saying, well, they can't dictate the law. No, they can't. But there is, for both of them, what we've called the option C, or the nuclear option. And as most have now agreed, Terry, I know you and I have agreed on this, but others that do this, in different forms of media have agreed. If the nuclear option were to come into play, the Southeastern Conference and the Big Ten Conference are going to hit that button together. Basically, you want me to make a military analogy? Where they, like you see the movies all the time, like there's 2 keys before you can hit the button. Greg's got one of them. Tony's got the other one. You got to turn them at the same time.
That's about the way. Yep, exactly.
And then they can have whomever come up and hit the button. You want to have Kirk Signetti come up and hit the button?
Sure.
Have at it. He won the nice tight bank. There, Kurt, it's your job. Hit the button.
Google him.
Yeah, Google him. He wins. He can push buttons. So, again, I don't mean to be flippant about that, but I don't think enough people that aren't fans of schools in the Big Ten or SEC understand what's at play here. It's not that they're threatening. They don't want that to happen. But, again, this bill, for those who are wondering, why are they being this way? The SEC and the Big Ten were not consulted initially on this bill. The only real collegiate authority that was consulted on this bill as it was being written in the early spring was Cody Campbell, the chairman of the board of Texas Tech. You guys all saw his commercials throughout bowl season. There's a lot of people in this country who believe that a lot of his messaging is disingenuous and that he is after one thing, and that is to make certain that in any potential next round of realignment, Texas Tech doesn't have the same fate as Oregon State or Washington State. This bill was initially written with language, my words here, but it's factual because this is what they've had to change, language that targeted negatively the SEC and Big Ten. And in so many words, now I'll really paraphrase, you guys are too big and too wealthy.
Mm-hmm. And it's not fair.
It's not fair to everybody else.
But here's the thing. What's Texas Tech been doing since Cody Campbell decided to show up?
Spending his money, and they made the college football play. No, it's not, man.
That's okay.
It's okay to Cody.
It's okay for you, but it's not okay for the SEC and the Big Ten.
Right. So, again, their mistake, the Senators' mistake, was relying on Cody Campbell and then believing that what he was saying was, quote, good for college sports, when in fact, look, it's not that it doesn't make sense.
Sure.
But most of you listening are fans of a Southeastern Conference school.
Mm-hmm.
The Southeastern Conference and the Big Ten Conference do more than dominate the television landscape. I don't know what the next word is. Thoroughly dominate. They'll just we'll add an adverb to it. They thoroughly dominate the college football television landscape, and that's where the money is. They've earned their place with on-field success and on-screen success. And others are trying to catch up, and that's laudable, but it's not the SEC's problem for others to catch up.
Nope.
And for the good of the sport, it's not like it'll leave anybody behind. But hey, you do you, we do us, and, here we go.
Look, I mean, at the end of the day, Cody Campbell thought his money and influence could bully this bill through.
Yes.
And that's really what he was trying to do.
Yes.
And the SEC and the Big Ten went...
Once they were finally consulted, they're like, why didn't y'all come to us?
Right.
And I've seen so many people saying that. Why didn't the SEC and Big Ten do so-and-so? Well, that's not how the legislative process works.
They were not... Once this thing was handed to them, after all these months, they went, what?
Yeah, and if you're wondering, well, then why was Cody Campbell so heavily involved? He was on this commission that President Trump started. And there's a few others here and there that are on it, but he was the highest profile collegiate. They didn't offer Greg Sankey or Tony Petitti a seat at the table.
Well, we're going to say this. Cody Campbell's money got him where he was at.
That's fair.
And that's what this did. Because he's not some speaker of he's not the voice of the game.
No.
He's not the great ambassador of college athletics.
No, he just sold one of his companies for like $4 billion.
He's a dude with a lot of money who went to Texas Tech and wants Texas Tech. He's a fanboy.
Yeah.
He's a fanboy with a lot of money.
He played there, and he wants his school to be good, which we all want our school to be good. Yeah.
But exactly. And look, the two things in this bill that again, it's a no-brainer out of all these other things that Cody Campbell put in to protect Texas Tech. The two things that needed to be focused on, number one was, and this is I think everybody universally looked at this as the biggest thing, to take the states out of play.
Right, state courts.
State courts, state legislatures. Again, these things were okay. The NCAA said, my guy's ineligible. Find a courthouse 5 blocks from the school, and let's get our state to make the kid, like Trinidad Chambliss at Ole Miss.
Most of them worked. One, like the Aguilar case in Knoxville didn't, but most of them have worked.
Too, but
most of them have.
85 to 90% of them have been successful.
Yes.
And you want to get that. You need a federal uniformed piece of legislation to stop all this silliness in state courts.
Right.
I think we all can agree on that in one way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't really handled in this bill. And two, you want to give more money as a quote-unquote salary cap, for lack of a better term, but you're not closing the loopholes.
Yeah, rev share cap, they'll call it.
But that's the biggest problem here. It's not a cap. What the NCAA did was fine, but the problem is everybody looked at it, laughed, and flipped at the bird.
Well, remember, like when Nebraska guys sue, they're like, even if Nebraska's the guys that sued lose the first case, they're going to win the second case.
And by the way, guess what just happened?
Yeah, they got their $7 million.
They got their money because they reworded language.
Right.
So again,
because again, they were going to. That's what I said. They're going to. It doesn't matter. It just might take a little longer.
What you're doing is what are you doing to these players, Jay? You're infringing on what?
Their rights.
Yes, and that's called a what? Antitrust violation.
Right.
And that it's again, if a dope like me knows it, why do these guys keep doing it is beyond me.
And that's what the presidents and chancellors are trying to do. They want that loophole closed, and I think and Ted Cruz put out a statement yesterday saying that loophole is closed, but they haven't seen the language.
Right.
And so they want to see the language. And if they get that this weekend, then there's the feeling that on Monday, John Thune, the majority leader, could call for cloture, could get the vote to the Senate floor by next Thursday and get this voted on and get the 60 required votes to avoid a filibuster and send it to the House before the Congress goes in to its August recess. The Senate is not scheduled to meet again, by the way, until September the 14th. Now, again, is there any guarantee that once this goes to the House, it stays in this form? No. In fact, it probably won't, which is why I think the SEC and Big Ten have not pushed back on some of the other things in this bill, including capping conference membership at 19. Or, anybody, no one, for instance, in the ACC, Clemson, FSU, Miami, North Carolina are the 4 primary schools that have a legitimate opportunity to move to another conference. You haven't heard anything from Clemson, Florida State, Miami, or North Carolina about this 5-year proposal to remain an independent
and I was
during that time.
Bring this up. There are some schools who might want to jump out of the Big 12 or the ACC that aren't very happy with this whole thing. Have to go and be independent for 4 or 5 years?
Yeah, I mean, I still believe, I think, and you do too, I think there's 3 in the Big 12 that have the best opportunity. Kansas and the 2 Arizonas. That's the best opportunity. Others could, but I believe personally those are the 3 best opportunities to leave the Big 12 for another school, because all 3 of those schools would fit the Big Ten's profile. They're all AAU schools, and they all have big budgets. I think Miami would be a welcome partner in the Big Ten. And I think the Southeastern Conference would take Clemson, Florida State, North Carolina, and probably somebody else, Virginia, NC State, Virginia Tech, Louisville maybe even, although I don't think the SEC really wants Louisville. And then you'd get round numbers, and you'd feel good about where things are. So we'll see. But that's the latest from Ross Dellinger on where this bill may be. Real quick to finish up the headlines so we can get you some more Gamecock stuff in the notebook. The Braves took care of the Nats last night. Final score 5-4. Atlanta has won 2 straight and 6 of their last 10. They now lead the Phillies by 7 games. I was telling Terry, the Braves have, in the last 45 games, the Braves have been on a skid in a relative sense. They are 19-24, 43 games, 19-24 in those games, and they've only lost 2 games in the standings. So when this skid started, they were 9 games up, and now they're 7 games up. So even though they're 5 games under in that run, they've only lost 2 games in the standings. Braves and Nats go at it again tonight. Pitching matchup, Foster Griffin, a lefty for the Nats. He's good, man. 12-2 with a 2.76. Trade for him. Bryce Elder on the hill for the Braves, 6-6 with a 3.96. And finally, if you haven't yet heard, former Gamecock Deebo Samuel headed back to the West Coast, going back to the Niners on a one-year deal worth up to $7 million.
It's a good move.
I think it's a solid move, and it's almost like a let's see what you can do for us.
I mean, Deebo had a solid year last year with the Commanders. And if he gets that kind of production too, he can stay healthy-ish with the 49ers. I mean, he's not the Deebo of the wide back or whatever the heck we call it.
No, he only carried the ball. I was looking. He only carried it 17 times
but he's still
a rusher.
A productive player that can help you if he stays healthy.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, so we'll see. But 1 year and up to, so there's some bonuses in there, up to $7 million for Deebo as he returns to the Niners. Come back on the other side. Gamecock Notebook. We'll get you some more sound from Kendall Browse, a little from Clayton White as well. It's the postgame show. Gamecock Notebook time on this Friday. Welcome back in. Jay and Terry with you here. Drive around the SEC coming up as well. A little bit more on what's going on with the PCSA. And probably some more Gamecocks in that drive around as well. Let's start with some more from Shane Beamer here. This is after birdies with Beamer yesterday. And again, great time out there. Thanks to everybody here who made everything happen. Dave, Randy, Thomas did a great job.
Kale helped us out.
Kale was doing great.
Yeah,
we gave Kale a lot to do yesterday.
Yeah, we give our coach wrangler on site, Charles Bloom. And,
Charles was awesome.
And Michael helped us out too.
Yeah, Michael Debates.
And so we say thanks to all the folks who gave us a little solid yesterday.
Yeah, it was a big day.
It was fun.
It takes a lot of people.
Fun.
We appreciate it. But here's Coach Beamer. Again, camp coming up in just a couple of days, y'all. It'll be here before you know it. 36 until kickoff. But what does Shane most want to see in camp?
Yeah, there's a lot when you go through all the different positions. I mean, I think the first thing for us is, we're coming out of the summer where you've done everything in the weight room, and then you get on the field and you're actually practicing football. It's different. And how our guys, I know they're going to be in great shape, but just acclimating to a football practice and how they handle the physical demands of that. We've got some guys that I'm excited to see early that weren't here for spring practice, whether it be from transfer portal guys that we added or high school recruits that didn't sign with us but weren't here in spring practice. Eager to see them, really pleased with the summers all those new guys have had, but looking forward to seeing that early on. And then really just, Jack, all the competitive battles we have at every position and what that receiver room is going to look like and who kind of separates themselves. The depth at the safety position. Peyton Williams has played a lot of snaps for us. After that, we don't have a lot of guys at safety that have played a lot of snaps. So there's different battles and question marks that we have at every single position, but really just a great level of excitement about getting out on the field and getting to work next week.
I do wonder how much, and again, level of concern there is internally about that lack of depth and production. Well, not depth, but production. Let me rephrase production in the defensive backfield, because that has long been, one of South Carolina's best areas. I mean, and that's not just under Shane. That goes way back. You got bodies, and I think you got some talent back there. So how quickly they get acclimated, but you've also got a terrific teacher back there too. So
I think that's what you bank on, right? You got old Coach Gray, who's done such a nice job. I always go back to Nicky Minwari and DQ Smith as freshmen, starting in the defensive backfield, and again they had their ups and downs that freshman year, but they held their own. And you see that, and then you see other like. Cisse last year. I mean, he was a veteran, but it was his first year in the Carolina system, and he thrived and ended up hearing his name called pretty high in the NFL draft. So I think that, because again, the next guy to me, my eyeball is Vakari Swain. Vakari Swain has all of the ability to be a second or third round pick in the NFL draft after this year. I mean, we saw some moments from Swain where you go, oh, this dude can be good.
Right.
And, then you've got other pieces. I mean, some other guys have to obviously step up. And, you got the kid Scott from Kentucky, the transfer, who a lot of people love. You got a freshman coming in who people think could actually start. You got some pieces, but to your point, you don't have a lot of production in a Gamecock uniform with some of these guys. So,
and of course, Sheed Scott coming in too. I think he himself.
Scott, I really like.
Yeah, and he's not local Columbia, but he's from Marion. He's from an hour away. A little over an hour away. I mean, he's an in-state kid that didn't have that chance at first, and is I think anxious to come home and prove it.
Good season at Kentucky last year.
Yeah, and Judge Collier's back, and you mentioned Swain. You got Gerald Kilgore who's done some things.
How about we find out that Peyton Williams is the longest tenured Gamecock?
Yeah.
How wild was that? Was like.
Yeah, 5 years.
It took me a minute and went, that makes sense.
5 years.
I mean,
but there's a lot of bodies back there. There's a lot of competition. I think this is an area, and Shane has coached these guys in the past. I think this is an opportunity that Shane loves for these guys. Hey, go win some jobs, boys.
I mean, coaches love this competition.
Yeah, go win some jobs.
Because you think about it, you got in defensive backfield. You've got it up along the defensive line, especially the other edge opposite Dylan Stewart. You got a little bit of competition still in the O-line, wide receiver room, tight end room, running back room. We got a lot of folks fighting for playing time, man.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's get to one more from Kendall Briles here. Where were we, Terry? Number 12. Yeah, number 12. That's right. I think you asked this question on just, okay, we hear, and I think the way you asked the question was we've heard just about everybody say one word to describe your offense, and it's fun. And you ask him, why is it so much fun?
I'll just tell you this. Whenever I first met with the offense here, I'm asking a question that I'm going to answer, but I'm saying, why did everybody start playing football? Why did you start playing? Because it's fun, right? And so that's why these guys play the game. So a lot of times coaches do too much to make the game where it's not fun anymore. And obviously, we're going to make sure that we're holding guys accountable and they're going to be doing right and all those things that are involved with it. But we got to allow them to play free. And when they're free, they're able to go play the game like they used to play it in the front yard, and that's what we want. There's parameters as far as what they're doing and what they're allowed to do, but we allow the guys to play free and go out there and have fun playing the game, and we want it to be that way.
Mm-hmm. I mean, easy enough, right?
Yeah, make it fun, man.
I gotta say, I think last year it wasn't, and I think that's one of the things. I think we'd all love to hear some of the conversations that a head coach has during the interview process, the hiring process, especially when it comes to football or whatever sport, of like what's missing, why we need you, that kind of thing.
You know what I always do, and it's like, and we joke about it. Tyler and I will call it. It's the ex-girlfriend syndrome. Okay, whenever you hear some guy talk about his new girlfriend, man, she's so this and that and that and this. He says, "Oh, so your ex wasn't that." And same thing with this. Oh, this is so much fun. We're not, we're playing free. We're playing loose. Okay, so last year it wasn't fun. You weren't playing free and loose. Very simple.
Pretty much.
It's the ex-girlfriend syndrome.
Yeah, that's fair. I like that. But yeah, last year, and I'm not here to relitigate. When you make an in-season change, it might be worse than you think internally.
Yeah, I think those kind of changes, like we can't go on like this.
Yeah.
It's not going to get better. It's getting worse.
It's getting worse.
And
that's where I was going to head, is it's getting worse.
And I think, all right, look, just really quick, I'm trying to juggle my head because I was trying to forget last year. I think there was a sort of like, Shane didn't come out and say it, but we had the feeling that Shane had that come to Jesus with Mike Shule like he had before with Marcus Satterfield or Clayton or whoever, and it wasn't getting better. And after you have that come to Jesus, Jay, if it doesn't get better, or like you said, even starts to get worse, that's when you're like, well, if myself and the dude in the robe and sandals can't get this straightened out, then we're going to just have to cut bait.
Or if you realize, too, to stay in the vein that you're in, maybe taking it in a different direction, it may well be that you have that meeting and a coach looks at you and says, this is what I got.
Well, this is what I do.
I don't have. I really
don't have a plan B.
Yeah. Or even if it's not a plan, this is my playbook. I don't have another playbook. You and I joked a bunch, and I think this is sort of the opposite with Mike Shula than it was with Marcus Satterfield, because one of the gags, if you will, that you and I used to kind of say about Marcus was Marcus had the whole giant Denny's menu and then some, and Shane was like, dude, nobody's going to your restaurant for salmon and a T-bone.
Right.
They want bacon, eggs, and pancakes. Now, I need you to call plays that all feature bacon, eggs, and pancakes. Different combinations of bacon, eggs, and pancakes, but I don't want to see any more salmon and T-bones.
No.
The occasional burger, okay.
Right.
Maybe a grilled cheese, sure. But I don't want to see any more salmon and T-bones.
Do not use the word brie on my Denny's menu.
Yeah, it's not there. And then for Mike, it might have been, well, I got some pancakes.
No, ready? I can't make eggs.
Yeah,
I'm not good at eggs and bacon.
I got bacon. Well, how about, do you have any? Well, I got sausage links.
No, I got oatmeal. I mean, yeah, to your point,
it's just like
over. It's way too much on the other side.
Right. But not, hey, what are my customers really looking for here? And the same thing might apply for the play. What do my players do? Dowell found that out with Spencer and with Lenoris. That's what Kendall specializes in. What do my players do?
And
what do they want? Let me serve that up.
Yep, and let me make it streamlined to where they're doing it and they're not having to sit and think about it. They're just out playing.
And if every once in a while Lenoris says, Coach, you know what I do want? I do want a salmon.
How about Monte Cristo?
Let's see what we can do for you. You know, we'll try to throw one in every once in a while, Lenores. We'll stay with some Gamecock themes as part of the drive around the SEC. That's next. British Bulldog Pub, one of my favorite places all across the Columbia Metro to go watch a ball game, enjoy a pint, and enjoy some absolutely fantastic food. If you've never really had great traditional English fare, trust me, kids, the British Bulldog Pub can make it happen for you, whether it's a starter like sausage rolls or their absolutely delicious baked brie, the Irish egg rolls, the Scotch eggs. Scotch eggs are so good. So good. Or traditional meals like fish and chips. Yep. Corned beef and cabbage. Got it. Bangers and mash. Terry Ford's new favorite. Chicken, bacon, and leek pasty. My personal favorite. Dough homemade, by the way. Or a little twist on an American favorite like the Tower of London burger that features an English banger, bacon, so much more. Just be hungry if you want that one. Bower Parkway in Harbison. Amazing beer list. Great food. TVs all over the place. To not miss a game, you'll love the British Bulldog Pub.
We've had a few more accidents, still trying to clear up that little deal there at Two Notch Road at South Lake Drive. Also, I-20 westbound on Monticello Road, that's exit 68. Other accidents have joined the list. I-77 southbound at Faro Road, exit 19. North Brickyard Road at Peaceful Lane. Old Woodlands Road at Garner's Ferry Road. Again, tomorrow, 11 to 1, Elijah Campbell Tyler Head at the School Supply Drive at Westcote Brew and Bowl, 3040 Charleston Highway. It benefits Herbert A. Wood Elementary and Alcorn Middle School. Jump back in the drive around the SEC. More Gamecock sound next on the postgame show.
It is Drive Around the SEC time here on a Friday. 25 minutes in front of 6 o'clock. Jay Phillips, Terry Ford with you. We'll stay with some Gamecock thoughts as Birdies with Beamer was held yesterday out at Cobblestone Park. And thanks to those folks. I did end up eating some, a little bit of fried chicken. You had a whole big plate. Again, I was having dinner with my daughters last night, so I didn't want to spoil it. But as I walked by, the delicious aroma of freshly fried chicken was just
calling you.
Was too much.
Jay Phillips.
But yeah, the barbecue. It sounded a lot nicer than that.
Hi,
But
Jay.
yeah,
that
sounds better.
Have a piece of chicken.
That sounds better.
We're tasty, Jay.
They had some barbecue too that smelled really good.
No, you didn't try that.
I did.
But it was so funny. I love Cloninger. We're in line.
Wait, you didn't get any barbecue?
Oh, I got barbecue. Trust me, because we're in line. Cloninger and I are in line. And he's like, "You've been in the South long enough. Let me tell you what kind of sauce you're going to get now. Enough of that Yankee stuff." He goes, "You're going to. Let me tell you the sauce." So I got the mustard based.
Sure.
That was really good, by the way, on that barbecue.
Now wait! Whoa! If we had breaking news at the top of the hour.
Mm-hmm.
Is this breaking news that yesterday was the first time you've had mustard-based sauce?
Yeah, usually I just go with the old school barbecue sauce. I went with the mustard base. It was really good. Really good. So I give Cloninger props.
Wow. I mean, this is a genuine, and I'm not like picking on you, but that's just a wow.
Yeah,
I mean, because you have.
Man. You know me. Yeah, it's the first time. And
well, that's like, it's rather unique to about a 75-mile radius.
It's good. It's really
because
good.
Because it's just not done anywhere else, at least with any great regularity. Some places may have it down in Charleston. It may be a little more than 75 miles down in that direction. But like once you, like the PD folk, it's vinegar based, man. I mean, they might have some mustard over there, but if you're in Florence, Hemingway, Johnsonville, Kingstree, like that's vinegar based. And up into eastern North Carolina, like southeastern North Carolina, vinegar based. And then if you get up into certain parts, like once you get over like where your family's from in north, like in the mountains, yeah, they don't even sell mustard.
Man, I'll tell you.
No, but they certainly don't have any mustard, and like even up in the upstate, they really don't use. Now again, you can get it in places and I've had some people from Georgia and Alabama. Like Alabama has white sauce, which is mayonnaise and vinegar. And I like Alabama white sauce. It's good because I like mayonnaise. But if people don't like mayonnaise, they're completely turned off by Alabama white sauce. But I've never understood, probably because I grew up with it, because I'm from Columbia, when people like, oh, mustard base, I can't, and I'm like, bro, it's delicious.
Oh, it's fantastic. Seriously,
I'm really happy that you have.
It was good.
I would not have known that yesterday was the first day that one Terry Ford had his first mustard-based barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
All right, man.
It was funny. He's like, "You've been here long enough. Get some of that."
And there's nothing wrong with, good old-fashioned tomato-based barbecue sauce. But like if you took that out to Kansas City or St. Louis or Memphis, they'll be like, what, or mustard, I mean, like,
that mustard,
what the hell, what do you do? Mustard's for a brat.
Yeah. But man, it was good.
Oh, it's great.
Really was good.
It's great.
I liked it. I ain't gonna lie.
And you're not going to be surprised that you're talking to somebody right now who knows how to make his own. And,
I'm not stunned by that, by the way.
And I love making a batch of my own mustard base. You got to let it simmer for a little bit to make sure everything gets cooked in nice.
It was good. It really was good, man.
But I make my own vinegar base too. I've never made a tomato-based barbecue sauce, believe it or not.
I'll
just go buy that if I need that.
You can go buy that.
I'll buy it, but I make my own vinegar sauce and I make my own. I don't always. Now sometimes I'll go buy it. Trust me, I'm not.
Right.
I'm not Mr.
You're not that far gone.
Yeah. Like I can go. I'll tell you who's got this is a free plug. Y'all, by the way, if you want a really good vinegar base, Mass General Store, right down the street here, or any location, makes a mean vinegar-based barbecue sauce.
Nice.
So, and of course, just go to your favorite place in the PD and get whatever you want if you want vinegar-based.
I'll tell you, yesterday, man, the macaroni and cheese was phenomenal. Chicken was good. It was all good. And we're sitting there, right, and we're doing the show, and I can smell it.
Yeah.
Like we're sitting there in the back of the room there, And it's like, let's get the break. Let's get the break.
Right, yeah, because everybody was bringing their plates in.
I know. It was like this thing.
Well, yeah, I was like, all right, I'll just get. So I got 2 chicken wings. That's all I had.
Good though, right?
Oh, they were great.
They're good.
It was great. I wanted, believe me, I was like, there's a whole.
No.
But again, I knew I was going to dinner.
Mm-hmm.
This, by the way, this constitutes a drive around the Southeastern Conference.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, we just touched on really one of the holy grails of
And thanks to our buddy Brad Muller, who had, I think, 7 bowls of banana pudding.
Yeah. Nice.
He looked at me, he goes, banana pudding, fabulous.
Yeah. Well, Brad's a rugby player. He needs to
he was testing it for everybody.
keep the weight on.
You know, Brad was just falling on the sword for everybody.
Somebody's got
That's what Brad does.
Yeah. But now there's some really good, I'll tell you another one. I know now you shouldn't have done this. Duke's, like the mayonnaise people, Duke's now makes barbecue sauces. And the Duke's mustard-based sauce is really, really good, y'all.
Okay.
So is their Alabama white sauce. But the Duke's mustard sauce is really good. It's really good. Cool. All right, back to it. Clayton White here. We didn't ask. Now, I remember asking Clayton growing up in North Carolina what his favorite was. He's like, I'm not as big a barbecue guy as you might think. And I was like, all right, I'll never ask you about barbecue. But number 17 here, again, it wasn't all on the defense last year in some tight losses. But Clayton said from his point of view, here's what they took from some of those games last season.
You got to be very delicate with how you're talking about it. When I think of those games, I think of the things that you can't say anything was a fluke, but like the way we played the Alabama game, the first 55 minutes of that game was going to be one of the most historic defensive performances in Carter Finley.
Going back to your album,
Williams-Brice that I can remember, like from my time. But we played with great energy that game, and then they got hot for 2 drives, and obviously the A&M situation, we balled out the first half. I mean, like it was some of the. I'm like, this is real. Like this is who we really are. And then, they got hot. They're a great team. But to me, you have to grow from it. Like you can't pretend like it didn't happen. Like we still watch those tapes. We still watch the thing that happened. Here's a mistake that we made here. If we don't do this, we actually win this game. Right. So.
Clayton White yesterday, and look again. I said to him as well. Not asking this question on like, hey, how did the defense let those games get away? Because let's be perfectly honest. Again, not trying to pick. It's fact. If Lenoris doesn't turn the ball over against Alabama, maybe Bama doesn't get one more chance to score a touchdown late. Or you look at the A&M game, if the offense could have just one, you just stay on the field a little bit longer a couple of times. Maybe you don't have to even score. Just don't allow so much. Just some of those drives were just you were 3 and out, bang, gone, done. And A&M had all of that momentum and all of that energy, and 100,000 screaming people at Kyle Field just took it out of you. But at the same time, I think Clayton understands that yes, there were some things that his side of the ball could have done too. But it's a 3-phase game. And I think he answered that. I thought really kind of honestly, and most of you weren't watching on YouTube, but I think the look on his face told me like, no, in so many words, Terry, I think they took a lot of that on them, and I want to say took it personally, but you could tell in the way he was answering it that we do need to learn from that and use that as a motivator. And
Clayton, you said they still watch the tapes.
Yeah.
Like some DCs would take that A&M tape out back, and they'd set up like Hershey chocolate bars and some marshmallows and some graham crackers and make some s'mores and burn it. Right?
Sure.
We've heard of those things that like teams would do. Clayton says, no, we still watch it for teaching.
Yeah.
And it's so much, especially defense and offense. Little things kill you. Like we said with Clayton defense, guy blows his assignment, shoots the wrong gap. Miscommunication in the back end. One guy thinks you're going man, one guy thinks you're in zone, and before you know it, big plays are happening. So, like you said, though, it's a 3-phase deal, man.
Yeah.
3-phase deal.
Everybody get better and, again, eliminate some of those things. And this is a completely different looking ball club. That's the drive around the SEC that included a really fun conversation on barbecue sauce. And we've had pro wrestling and barbecue sauce today.
It's been a day.
Why didn't we throw in some NASCAR?
And we've had quads. It's been a day.
All right, Jay versus the Internet is next. Welcome back in. Final few minutes of the program on this Friday, heading into the weekend. I have done this every year, so before Terry hits me on Jay versus the Internet, I want to take time to do something as a husband and as a father. I think I typically wait till the end of the program to do it, just so that way I can just get out of here and it doesn't look like I'm allergic to something.
Well, you just every now and then, you're sweaty Jay.
Yeah.
So every now and then you sweat from the eye sockets,
Sometimes.
man. It's all right.
I'll do my best not to. Today is July 31st, and 18 years ago today, my youngest child was born in Baltimore, Maryland at Johns Hopkins Medical Center. And on the very same day, my wife had surgery to become cancer-free. Many of you have heard me tell this story before, but Sunny was diagnosed with cervical cancer while she was pregnant with our youngest, and it made for a very delicate final few months of her pregnancy. Baby was born 6 weeks early, and we knew that was going to happen, so we were able to do a few things to, mitigate complications. But nevertheless, the first couple of months of her life were touch and go at times. And any of you that have had a child in the NICU understand what those things are like. And as I say, on the same day, my wife had surgery to become cancer-free. Here we are 18 years later, and as we speak, they are actually on the campus of the University of Maryland for orientation, which means that I am now, the father of, at some point in time, 4 college students, which is amazing to me. But as I often say, 18 years later, in terms of any complications from being born early, you would never know it. And again, we celebrate every day that my wife is cancer-free. And July 31st is just an amazing day in the Phillips family, man. And so I know so many of you that have supported me in the last year, and I thank you for that, and it means a lot. And I'll be perfectly honest with you, though, I still hearken back to then as the hardest time of my life. And so every July 31st is just an amazing reminder to me, to our family, to those around us, of how precious these things are. My wife is amazing, what she went through. And, even though our youngest doesn't know what she went through. And when you watch it as a parent, it's hard. So, to them, happy birthday, happy cancer-free anniversary to all of you who support the Phillipses on a regular basis, guys like you, Terry Ford, and to all our friends and loved ones. Today is an incredible day in our family.
Absolutely.
And I just want to, I always like to point that out because I don't know where I'd be without them. And I don't want to, I don't want to know where I'd be.
Right. And this is a compliment. Your wife's a dude.
She is amazing, man. She is just what she does and how she does it, and honestly, man, what she puts up with.
No, I second that. Just watching from my view.
I know so many of us, and we are guys. Almost all of us outkick our coverage
in some way, shape, or form.
It's just, we do, man, because we're just a bunch of. Look, we have our place. We do. And I'm not sitting here saying that we don't matter. We do. But without them,
we're
just...
Even the hardest core guy, if you get him in the right situation, like some of that Fokker truth serum, tell you the truth. They tell you the truth.
Oh, without...
Yeah. Now, real quick, what you got for your daughter for her birthday today?
I'll tell you on Monday. Cool. I told you, but I don't want to say now. I know she's not here, but I don't want to.
It's very cool.
But on Monday, I'll both say, because I hope she'll be excited, and then I'll also be, I'll share my, dare I say, amazement at what she wanted. But I did go get it.
Okay, all right. You did get it?
I did get it.
Okay, because you said you didn't know if you were going to be able to.
Yeah, I got it.
You got it?
I got it.
Now, did you pick out the place to eat this weekend? Because you got stuck with that at the last minute.
Actually, now that you say that, I totally forgot to do that this afternoon.
Are you serious?
Yeah, tomorrow night they were like, go pick somewhere to go.
Oh, man.
So I guess.
I'll say Sonic's got some good specials.
Yeah, sure.
Milkshakes are good.
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
Well, they got a new menu. Have you seen the commercial on TV?
Although I think, are we supposed to go there right now after this whole lettuce thing?
Now, you might not for right now, and I love me some Taco Bell.
Oh, time.
You might want to just say no lettuce. I want no lettuce.
Taco Bell helped me survive in college.
Let me tell you what, man. I had one right across the street from where I grew up.
Mine was about 2 miles away. But
that one served me as a young lad, then as a guy after a night out and needed something to eat real bad.
Yeah.
If you know what I'm saying.
We usually hit Martin's Eats for that. I didn't often want to hit Taco Bell that late, but there was a few times.
I'll say this really quick. There's that Taco Bell when I was 18, 19-ish. Myself and about 7 or 8 of my buddies went in there, feeling pretty happy. The Animal House food fight kicked in.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Guess what? They started closing the inside about 10 o'clock on Friday and Saturday after that.
See, you ruined it for everybody, man.
You ruined it for everybody.
That's why we can't have nice things. You are why we can't have nice things.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot, Ford. All right.
I won't lie to you. Heck of a fun food fight, though.
Sure. Hey, why not? Why not? All right. I got my sappiness out, man. So I'm good. Let's.
Man, you deserve sappiness.
Well, they deserve it. I'm just.
Your whole family does that.
I'm just some dude.
Look, man. People all go through things, and if this can make people think also about what they've gone through and appreciate coming out of the other side, but never forget what that was like to get to the other side, that's never a bad thing, my man.
No, I know. And let me say too, because for both my wife and me, please go get your checkups. Mm-hmm. Get yourself looked at. Make sure that you can catch it early, whatever it might be.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes you don't know what it is until you go find out.
Go find out. Don't be afraid to go find out.
All right, man. We'll do this on Monday. Tell me all the big secrets of the Phillips family weekend.
And I'll let you know. We'll go eat somewhere. Here's the thing. My youngest is like, she's the most easygoing person I might have ever met. She'll be like, I don't care.
Whatever, Dad.
Like, what do you want to do for your birthday? All right, whatever's cool.
Hey, man, enjoy your weekend with your family.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Man. Thanks to all of you. Great week this week. Thanks to all our guests. Thanks to Coach Beamer and his staff for hanging out. Charles Bloom, Dave, everything you do for us, everybody. Man, we come back and it's August.
I know.
See ya.